Labą dieną.
Labą dieną.
Good afternoon. Since it is 12 o'clock sharp and I know that we are having a live broadcast, and next to the broadcast it says that it should start at 12, so I'm not sure how many more people are still waiting in the queue. So we will start the third in a row conference aimed at social and emotional learning in schools. And this conference is the final event of the series of events that we organized. So the conference is titled Connecting Social and Emotional Learning in Formal and Non-Formal Education. And I'm the initiator of this conference. My name is Lina Slushnis. Maybe some of you don't know me, haven't heard about me before. I am the chair of the subcommittee of mental health of the Committee on Health Affairs of the Seimas. And this conference is organized together with the Social and Emotional Learning Institute. So this conference aims at, talking more about how social and emotional learning can be used not only at schools, which we often address, which we often talk about, but these principles can also be successfully used in informal education, because I see some athletes in the audience and representatives of other areas. I'm delighted to see you all. So in the past, when we spoke about this, it seemed that social and emotional learning were not related to informal education. I'm not sure if the broadcast is already running, because I know that the Minister of Education, Science and Sports would like to say a few words of welcome. Good afternoon, Jurgita. We are happy to hear you, so I pass the floor to you. I'm happy that the minister found a moment, and luckily she's not driving, because she said she will be in a car. So now I will pass the floor to the minister. Over to you, Jurgita. Good afternoon, colleagues. I managed to sit down. I was on the way. I was visiting Kretinga's regional schools. I'm happy that you are having a debate on this important topic. So it was important for me to join this meeting, this conference. This topic is highly important. We have a target, and in the government we have highlighted a number of times that every child in Lithuania should have best possibilities to learn and to succeed, no matter where he lives, no matter what is his social or economic background is, or what needs he has. All children must be granted the best access to learning and to succeed. So when we speak about those best possibilities, or we often speak about their grades, their the evaluation and labs, and we often forget about the social and emotional environment. And our children have to deal with significant challenges, competitive environment. They suffer from a lot of tension. Sometimes they are also suffering from lack of confidence. They also have to face various dangers and even temptations. So it is highly important for them to build resilience and willpower and empathy and many important personal features that will be useful in life. And I believe you will be talking about this a lot today. So I think they should develop and learn the skills that will help them navigate in life and avoid those damaging experiences which may lead in further challenges in their later life and also hinder their success in the future. So it is the duty of each and every one of us to help them and to help them succeed. After long-term debates in the ministry, and at the initiative of the ministry, together with the help of our colleagues, and many of those colleagues are sitting here in this room, we have developed a program of life skills, which is exactly based on social and emotional learning. And this program is a kind of a set of guidelines for more successful and more happy childhood. Teenagers and children are small humans with their needs, with their beliefs and expectations, and they are as important as they are for the adults. So this equal connection, this equal relations, which are not based on power, I think one of the key elements in this program. This program is new. Teachers are also humans who may not know everything or may lack experience in one topic or the other. So all people, teachers and colleagues should be encouraging and supportive as much as possible and not judging if we experience certain small failures, and to look for help and assistance around us by looking for help with doctors, with various experts, and this is where this connection between the formal and non-formal education is so important, because these are all people who are trying to educate our children and to teach them necessary skills. And sometimes those skills are even more important than the subjects they learn. Those skills should accompany children during their entire life, no matter what profession they choose or no matter what path in their life they choose. So both formal and non-formal education matters a lot for a harmonious and strong personality. And it's also important that both formal and non-formal education would be guided by the same values and the same principles. So we already have the background, the backbone of the system, and we will still have to build the walls of this successful and happy childhood together. So wishing you a fruitful conference, a nice day, and I'm happy that you will have a debate on this important topic. Thank you, Jurgita. I send my best regards to Antanas Vinkus, who probably is next to you, because this was his electoral region. So thank you for having these few minutes devoted for our conference and the participants of this conference. Now I will open the floor for further welcome addresses. I will pass the floor now to Dr. Daiva Šukytė, who is the main person behind the idea of this conference. She's the head of Social and Emotional Learning Institute. Good afternoon. I will be delivering the presentation today, and truly happy to be here with you and that we are addressing this important topic of emotional and social learning, both in formal and non-formal education. And the first idea that I have, first of all, I would like to thank you teachers, heads of schools, students who are learning these social and emotional skills and wisdom. Thank you for your trust. We have partner schools in this conference together with us, and we are happy to, to help you implement your ideas. And there are quite a few of these organizations in Lithuania, and the number is growing. So I'm happy that together today we have a Lithuanian Association of Social and Emotional Learning. And I would like to ask also the president of this Lithuanian Association of Social Emotional Learning for a few words of address, Audronė Allen. I'm happy to address this conference on behalf of the association. I hear the words, I see the faces of people who had spent most of their lives, of their professional lives, by spreading the ideas of this social and emotional learning and taking this topic into the education area. And I would like you to encourage to join this work and this task that the association has started. Please spread this message in your communities, in your schools, so that no one is forgotten, or there's no person left who would not know about the social and emotional learning or the benefits it brings. And also show the ways of how social and emotional learning can be integrated into the school communities, into the curriculum, so that each and every one of us could choose our way of life, present scientific and practical research of how it works, so that we would all have proof and arguments when we need to defend our positions in front of those who have doubts and object us. And also encourage and strengthen those who decide and determine to move on along this path, even when it is difficult, and help each other by sharing your experiences, your methodologies, so that we wouldn't be short of resources once we start implementing the social and emotional learning. And today's conference is organized in the hall of the Parliament of the Seimas. It means a lot to me. This means that the doors to social and emotional learning are opened wider. And this is the front door of the school. So this means that we will no longer have to work through the back door to schools. So I wish the best of luck to all the participants of the conference. Thank you, Audronė. I'm also happy, and I would like to contribute to what Audronė said, to share the gratitude that Audronė mentioned to Linas and other members of the Parliament who believe in what we do and have been doing for a number of years and have been supporting us, especially from the side of the Ministry of Science, Education and Sports. There's also another organization which supports us a lot. That is an international organization, that is Not Plus Fund, which supports and sponsors a number of projects in social and emotional learning context. This allows us to attract foreign partners to deepen our competences, and we have Trond and Ula with us, who will share their insights and experiences from their countries. This is not the first project that we have been implementing together, and they will share their experiences and their knowledge. So wishing you a best of luck in the conference and looking for, wonderful discoveries and insights. Yes, starting from the gratitude is a nice step. I think in the end nobody hears when you start thanking the others. So I can only contribute to these words of gratitude. And I also need to thank Andrius Navickas, who also believes in the importance of psychosocial health in schools and the spread of the psychosocial health through the development of social and emotional skills in life. And now we are talking about connecting learning, the formal and non-formal education, and how to develop it further, and how to avoid some kind of disconnection, and how we should speak in one voice, in one language about the same things. Audronė, I have a sad message to you. You are losing a great pleasure and a great joy when you have to go through the back door. But when you get the front door opened, you get so much more responsibility. And when you become the member of the parliament, I know it from my own experience, you only are left with your responsibilities and commitments, and all the joy disappears. It simply evaporates. So in this case, I can say that you are losing, some kind of pleasure, but we are happy for this. While for the others who take part in this, since I have spent quite a lot of time in this, when we speak about the life skills program, you have done a lot already in the past, and don't think that as of January something will change dramatically. No, the changes won't be dramatical. You have been already doing that, and it will turn into some kind of a system. And I suspect that you will even develop your own personal systems further based on some clearer, better understandable guidelines and standards. And I think these standards will be brought down to schools and to non-formal education. I truly believe that this will help with the prevention of bullying and social and mental health. Maybe I will not see the outcomes of this, but the future generations will definitely see that. I think we no longer have any welcome addresses, so I will present the agenda until 2022. We will have presentations. We will have 2 foreign guests who will share their experiences of how they work and what they do. And after 2022, we will have a half-an-hour break. I think it will be, some refreshments will be served outside this room. And you will have a chance to have some coffee and to chat. And after the break, we'll have several presentations too, until 10 to 4. And later on, we will have a time for debate and questions. So this is the agenda of our today's conference. I would like to chair, the conference and not to be the participant myself. But sometimes I find it hard. So without any delay, I would like to invite for the presentation on empowering body and mind at the intersection of metacognition and social-emotional learning, Dr. Stanislav Sabaliauskas, who is an associate professor at Vilnius University. Please, the floor is yours. And microphone is also yours. Computer as well.
Can I have the slides on the screen? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, members of the Commission. I'm Stanislav Sabaliauskas. I've been a sportsman for 14 years, and I've been working as a coach for 11 years. And for 10 years, I have been working in the research, and I hope that I will not be very difficult to understand in my presentation, but I will try to explain that. I want to speak about metacognition and socio-emotional education. I want to speak about the aspects that can influence socio-emotional learning. I want to take the systematic thinking aspect into my presentation. It helps to explain the functioning of different aspects, segments, and beings. So for example, if we take a mechanical clock with 200 elements, and these are not just the elements, but this is a complex system of elements. Or for example, let us take a spaceship that consists up to 2 million elements. And these elements work in unison and are interrelated. I want to base my presentation by several theories. First of all, ecology of movement. This is a new concept which explains the movement of living bodies, including human beings. I will also be speaking about the Umwelt, or the environment, the understanding and creation of the environment, what creating environment means. I will also focus on metacognition and social navigation, on how people construct their social behavior, how they work in groups, and how they form their understanding of the environment. Speaking about the ecology of movement, it must be said that this is a new area of science that is based on the understanding that movement is one of the main forms of a human or living organism. From the neurological perspective, simple movement entails 50 to 60% of the neurons responsible for the body movements. But more complex movements, such as playing the piano, can require up to 90% of the neurons involved. This means that movement is very important not only in human evolution. Sometimes we act in a stereotypical manner, and we forget about this. Speaking about movement as an aspect of evolution or a factor of evolution, it is important to remember that movement changes cultures. Movement is the essence or the condition of the evolution. If we want to achieve something, we have to learn from others. So we have to act in one or another way. Movement ecology speaks about different types of movements. We know that ancient thinkers used to generate their ideas when walking. Social movements and social ideas are being realized through physical movement. Physical activities such as sports games, exercising, is very important for children in their development. Importantly, movement has certain important aspects or principles. We have the inner factors that explains movement. For example, when we go shopping, we have a very clear objective or a goal, and therefore every movement has its own goal. We have a clear direction. We have to be very rational. And we choose the forms of movement. We are free to do this. And by means of navigation, we mean orientation, memory, and learning determined by the environment in which we live. These are the basic factors affecting mobility. Movement affects thinking, and thinking affects movement, and these are interrelated aspects. Movement culture or active activity in childhood has great advantages compared to formal education only. Movement is the way of meeting the world, and this enables a child to build the world of his or her understanding. In this way, the child is involved in the creation of the world and becomes the creator of the world. Movement is a part of child-friendly learning because children are immersed in learning, and therefore physical activity and movement has a certain advantage because it activates all the feelings, it improves memory. It means that we become the creators or participants of a certain activity, and thinking becomes more active during movement or during activities. Children are fond of making up rules, and they follow the rules, and they also want to ensure that others follow the rules. So this is another type of competence that they acquire. Movement changes cultures. When we speak about cultural changes, it is very important to mention that relation with others can be changed by our knowledge, our attitudes, values. We can reflect the norms and rules and behaviors of others. Sometimes we also have to follow certain principles and certain provisions, whether we like it or not. It means that we are learning when we are while we are actively interacting with others and by creating the world ourselves. I want to speak about the metacognition. It is one of the forms of perception and gaining knowledge. It means that we have to understand our relation with the world and also know about our knowing, or not have knowledge about our knowledge and understand about our understanding. One of the philosophers has said that we are able to recognize and to have knowledge about ourselves and understand ourselves through understanding others. We see that in life we have sometimes more important things, and we fail to understand this, and we fail to give too much time for that. Metacognition refers to the perception of thought processes and encompasses a wide range of phenomena, activities, and experiences related to understanding and controlling one's own cognitive functions: perception, learning, memory, and comprehension. In simpler terms, metacognition exists from 1907. It was first seen as knowledge about knowledge and knowing about knowing. Now this concept has become a more concept. We will not dive deeper into that. The most important thing is that we have to understand the relation, our relation with the world. Speaking about the world that we are creating, the Estonian scholar, biologist Üksikül, who studied in Germany, said that living beings are subjects. And earlier, living beings were understood as machines that do something, go somewhere and do something. And he developed the idea that no matter what kind of living beings we are, we create our context and our environment. And they come with our environment to another world, and we change this world by giving or passing on our own culture, our own rules, and our own world. It means that we are bringing our own bacteria, and we create those visible and invisible worlds. And we understand the relations between ourselves and our colleagues and between ourselves and nature. And in this relation with the other, we change our own understanding of the world. The first studies were made with frogs, and the scholars noticed that the worlds were created by those living beings, and those worlds or environments were called Umwelt. And these also entail the channels of knowing and learning about the world. And these are also channels that we use to communicate with the world. And these channels form our relationship with other worlds. So this is the relationship between our world and other worlds. So emotions and cognition is very important here, including memory and many other cognitive aspects that cannot be fully understood. And we can learn all those only in a certain context. So when speaking about the learning context, we have to submerge a child in the context where he or she can learn or repeat or to discover new principles or new rules of life. So living beings live according to the principles that are inherent to them. And these rules and principles are best to them. They might be unsuitable for others, but they are rightly suitable for the living beings in question. Our existence actually can be defined in space and time. And we have a metaphysical paradigm here. Every living being has a certain collection in the world that are very important to it. And everybody of us has to be able to recognize this set of aspects in life. And this is called Umwelt. For example, we can have an experiment. For example, we can imagine ourselves to be bees. We would have a different cognition. We would have a different contact with the world. We would be pursuing our own mission. But, for example, in the same environment, bees and grasshoppers have a different environment and different existence in this world. One of the most famous neuroscientists, Iman, says that the concept of Umwelt has to include the cultural lexicon, which means that we have little knowledge about the world. And this understanding or recognition of failing to know many things is very important. I will share my slides if you would like to see them. Speaking about the boundaries of the possibilities, you've probably heard about the body GPS that was awarded the Nobel Prize in 2015. It explains how people navigate in space physically in terms of position, speed, and there are certain boundaries that we cannot cross. Our brains collect information about the body's position, attitude, direction, and speed by processing information from the body's interactions with the environment. Other scientists introduced the concept of social navigation, which says that it is not only our physical existence in an environment, but also our relationship and affiliation with others defines our social navigation. For example, if we have a strict boss, we might have a different behavior and different attitude. So these are the aspects that determine our inner culture and determine our ways of communications with friends, colleagues, and complete strangers. So understanding those principles helps us to navigate in those social relationships. Social games is also an aspect that is introduced in the science. Long-term research shows that motor skills in 5 to 6-year-olds predict children's adaptation and better social behavior at school 1 year later. And motor skills in 6 to 7-year-olds influence their social standing among their 9 to 10-year-old peers. It means that social games, physical games in childhood are very important for social behavior later on in life. So this means that we are building certain skills for the future. Motor and physical activity is reduced later on in children's lives, and people become more isolated and less communicative with others. So these principles that I've mentioned, the movement ecology, Umwelt concept, social navigation principles form our understanding about ourselves in a certain space and time. And this actually influences our thinking. The GPS zone is responsible for our memories, for our working skills. And in this way, we are building our future scenarios in life. And this is very important. Very important. Well, in education, we often say that knowledge is very important, and giving this knowledge is very important. But now the world has changed, and for us it is very important to find ways how to get this knowledge and to discover this knowledge. This means that we have to create an environment, or build the environment where a child can learn to simulate, to repeat, and create new scenarios. While communicating, people create different social concepts, and this can be called mimicking. We have to build these scenarios that we have to build those scenarios that we wish to see as positive ones in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Stanislav, for this presentation. I probably, had this great joy of writing together this piece of work, and I'm very happy with this presentation. We just exchanged our views here together. We are speaking now about practice and very specific tools such as 7 seconds to wait before you ask the question. It seems so simple. So these skills are very clear for us. So we said that, that your presentation was the heavy part of heavy artillery of social and emotional learning. So, but it's good to know that you are targeting right, you are shooting at a point, and the deep research, the deep scientific knowledge is truly important for social and emotional learning, and this is why we invest so much time and attention into this. And this scientific support is so important, and having these arguments and this foundation, scientific foundation, is so important for us. And I really like that Stanislav focuses so much on movement, on motion, because this is the weaker part for me. When we speak about this social and emotional learning, we have those so-called bubbles, and we have this bubble of effectiveness. When we think about children, we have to have those three bubbles in mind, so that they are equally important for child's development, starting from early childhood. So thank you very much, Stanislav. I hope we will hear similar complicated and thorough presentations in the future again. I want to ask something. Maybe we will ask questions now, because after the person leaves the stage, we forget what we wanted to ask. There is a place for you to sit, Stanislav, here on the podium. Yes, it is for you. Okay. Do you have any questions to Stanislav? As far as I can see, there are no questions, and I will introduce a colleague, Ulla, from Finland. This is our partner, and Ulla has a huge experience in social and emotional learning. Now she's a doctoral student at the University of Eastern Finland, and she is also the head of primary school and a senior trainer in social and emotional learning. So she will share some Finnish experience. You may know that in Finland, social and emotional learning is integrated into their classes. And when I visited Finland 17 years back ago, she said that, social and emotional learning has transformed their educational system and encouraged them to become a different system in a different school. These were the words that really resounded in me and encouraged me to start working in this area. So, Ulla, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Daiva. Sorry, I didn't hear the translation, but maybe you were talking about me, something about my background. So, dear Daiva, and Trond and Jovilte there, thank you for being a member, for me to be one part of your projects as Nord Plus Horizontal. My duty was to make sure that I will take a notice for CEL in formal education. It's happy to be here, and dear listeners here and online. I was 15 years ago in this Parliament House, not in this room, but I was presenting one social emotional learning research. It was made in Helsinki University, and it was nearly the only social emotional learning research which we were able to present. And now, after 15 years, if we think about now, we have a lot of interventions, we have a lot of researches and the interest for these skills. So we are on our way, but still we have challenges. My background is a classroom teacher and also the physical education and health teacher. Now I'm working as a principal in Finnish primary school. And in this presentation, I hope that you will get some ideas how I feel as a principal or my background experiences, how social emotional learning are alive in our school system or daily life. Also, I'm working in these projects abroad. I counted that now in 15 countries I have been able to work. And I think social emotional learning skills have been the most most main subject which I have been able to do through my company Move Educa. How to describe this picture you see? There is a picture of my school. It's ordinary break, but as the Mr. Professor said before, there's happening. It's the break, 20-minute break, and the children, the whole 300 children are playing virus hip play. And it might seem that it's ordinary break, but they were doing exactly cell skills all the time. They were practicing the social emotional skills. 20 minutes. So it might be a chaos or it might be a lot of noisy, but still they had their norms. They had to use their self-awareness. They have to manage with their emotions and failures. They have to take care that there are 7 to 12 years olds in the same play yard. How to use empathy, how to use their decisions, how to get rhythm of those in this play, not to be failure. So this is one example. It's an innovation move to school, and it's a Finnish innovation, and it is bringing these movements and physical activity, not just in the physical education lesson, but also to the classroom like academic subjects and also to the breaks. And you can imagine after this break, children going back to the math or science or language lesson, they are much more aware and their brains are much more aware to learn. So this is a very good one example how we mixed movements and social emotional learning skills, but it demands that the all school environment and the staff is ready for it. It has to be safe enough, it has to be acknowledgement enough to do this one, and cooperation. I'm doing my doctoral studies dealing with subject teachers, and it's something how we can develop subject teachers' social emotional skills and strengthening their professional agency. Because I found, and I'm worried about our teachers' tiredness, and something they are having a lot of specific tasks, not just teaching. They have to do pedagogical papers, they have to cooperation with the psychologists and nurses and the social workers and the parents. And then something we have to give some ideas or understanding that the subject teachers are having, I think, dozens of groups per week. So how we can support with cell skills, because now I think in Finland we also have concentrated only for the classroom teachers, but their pedagogical studies has been increasing and putting more attention for the social emotional competencies. I'm glad and I hope with this research I will help also to find solutions how we can strengthen their agency. And of course they are much more aware and motivated to do, because we are losing our good teachers to another business or somewhere. Very shortly, this picture, I'm not telling it because it belongs to our projects, but you see that in the left green bottom, the color, if we think about social emotional skills in Finland, they are already in our school curriculum. In new school curriculum, it is already written there. We have national curriculum, and then we can specify those skills as a multidisciplinary, something like an area, and then we have our own curriculum in schools. So we have to have frames and guidelines to develop something. And that's, which I'm not telling anymore, but we have it there already. And this inclusion which I mentioned, and the elements which I'm bringing now today for you in our system, one is this transversal competence thinking. It came with the new school curriculum. In every lesson, the teachers should have these transversal competencies somehow in their lessons. And if you think about these special need children in the same classroom and the teacher trying to put these to this her or his lessons, it helps a lot if we know what are the social emotional learning skills, because all of those are the future skills. And we can change a lot if we can get the understanding that those are the skills we are really needed. And they are also the knowledge, skills, values, attitudes, and will in the same package. Then I go a little bit what we are having in elements which are in our system, and I suppose in many countries now. But it starts how we see social emotional learning in student-centered learning. It's something which I was thinking about, here, the happy child, how to make it happening. It is of course that we concentrate for the individual child and think about what is his or her strengths, what they think about specific things, what are the limits, what are the interests, and what are their thoughts to be in school. And somehow I feel that we have to build their mindset much more trustful. And I found few researches which found that the teachers perceived children's emotional skills in the first grade as the special importance. Most felt a responsibility to teach children these skills, which they saw an essential successful adaptation to school and as a foundation for all learning. So everything starts from emotions, because we never know what kind of background these children have and how they deal with their emotions at home. So that is the one step, and the researches show in specific countries that is the way to think. But the child individual way is one part of the bigger group. And we need social emotional learning skills, get to know what kind of children we have, not just in the paper diagnostics. Then cell in experimental learning. Learning by doing, learning by heart, learning together. The motivation, activation first to the subject, asking the right and specific questions, what they already know about the subject, what they want to know more, what they need to practice, how they find more information, with whom they are work together, how they deal with responsibilities, and how they apply them to the daily life. Of course, these are the questions. But how to make these questions and how to be active listener, it means that you need to have, as a teacher, these social emotional learning skills, and in the same time, you are teaching them to be one part, again, active explorer in their environment. Cell in assessment. Assessment is, of course, the learning process element. It belongs there already. But how to connect the social emotional learning skills and assessment? Because every lesson we should ask, what did you do? What did you see? What did you hear? What did you feel? Not just that, what did you learn? I learned mathematics, some specific things. But this is important. How did you learn? Who helped you to learn? What was the best part of this lesson? You get some idea. Which part of the lesson you help your mate to get the understanding, or you notice that there was something wrong with a mate. But this observing, what, so now what, and so what, it's important. And it is already, and it needs social emotional learning skills. Giving feedback to herself and to the peer student of the whole group and the teacher. And of course, we have to learn how we give assessment also as a teacher. There are specific rules and instructions for us, but we have to make sure that we put them also in the social emotional learning skills. How I feel you have learned and how I feel you were working, and how I saw your behavior changing in this lesson. Also talking about the social and emotional learning skills. Then one aspect for the cell in home-school cooperation. It's something, of course, we have to do collaboration. And what is the main thing? I think it's the way how the child is talking about school when she or he goes to home. How they say, how was the day, how was the teacher, what did you learn, some kind of the connecting in a positive way. And in the same time, the parents talking about the school in a specific and flexible and soft way. That is the channel for flexible cooperation. In my school, there was one father, and he came with a basketball, and he started to play with the children in a play yard. And then I asked him, can you come and have some lessons? And he said, yes, why not? And he arranged a few hours just to play basketball. So how to connect those strengths and so those interests and motivation from the parents to our classrooms. Not just to have informal cooperation, just how your child is learning and what results are there. But these are how we communicate, how we give feedback, which is the channel, online or having a phone call or having text messages, it's important. And we all need messages, but how is the impact for the children is how we build our relationships also for the parents. And I have noticed with my teachers, someone are so fair to be in contact with the parents, and someone are very, very interesting and do a lot of things. It depends, of course, of the personal aspect also and what is the background of this cooperation. Then we go to the specific subjects. When Daiva asked me to do this presentation, she said, give me some examples how you teach math or how you take these skills in specific subjects. I was watching my teachers last week, and I tried to combine something that it depends on teachers' attitude, interest, motivation, and skills, and of course the subject. And of course the environment and resources, but I think the most important thing is the teacher's self-efficacy. And I think in this research, which I am now doing, my main theory is self-efficacy. Bandura has the first one, researcher who started to talk about this one, but there has been a lot of researches. But how we make cell efficacy, and this is the one interest I'm trying to find out. Teachers who have strong sense of self-efficacy are more enthusiastic about their teaching profession. They plan and organize their teaching more efficiently. They are more open to new ideas and teaching methods, and even live longer than teachers with a weaker self-efficacy. In addition to teachers' own actions, self-efficacy is also positively connected to the student's academic career, motivation, students' own belief and their self-efficacy, reduce problematic behavior and social skills. That was one research. And that is true. But how me, as their principal, can support them? We have to give a lot of support, not just me, but the colleagues surrounding this teacher. Then some examples. I have a math teacher who focuses on emotions of students. When they do tasks, they have this form, and there are emotions, and then the teacher is asking, how was your homework? They are doing some kind of diary. How was your homework? Was it easy to do your homework? What reduced you to do your homework? What was easy one? Who helped you? Something like that. He asked questions, not just to put the feeling and emotions. Then in the lesson, again, a new issue is coming, and the teacher is asking, is it easy to start a new theme? What do you know already about this? What is difficult? Why you don't have any motivation? How can I help you? And how those students, peers in your classroom can help these students which have a lack of maybe motivation or lack of some kind of diagnostic, can't concentrate or something. It's a huge meaning. And I'm so proud of this kind of math teacher taking care of these emotions, because he has found it's effective. Then there is this English teacher. He's funny, and he has a lot of drama, music, humor, and has these hand puppets, and taking all of those children be much more interested. He's not just a showman. It's just that he wants to make this much more lower risk, that he is with his role into the subject, but also strengthening those social emotional learning skills. The physical education teacher is also, I think, trying to support these skills, and I admire him to do these tournaments. They are playing floorballs or volleyballs or basketball tournaments during the school week and during the breaks. And the older students, they are so-called, are they referees. And then I have girls, 6th grade, they are having this, they want to have some peaceful place, and they do this meditation in our sport hall. Me, myself, as a principal, I love dancing. So I arrange every Friday a little break, and we have a dancing moment, and they like it. They see that the teachers are involved, if I have time. Okay. Now I think my presentation is over, but I feel that the Finnish education is something we can bring also to the Lithuanian field. As I heard, you have already one lesson per week, social emotional learning skill lesson. In Finland we don't have, but we have our autonomy. We can arrange it if we want, and if we do it together, and we have this collegial understanding. Until the end, like our projects, that we can't do this together. We need teachers' competence, we need students' competence, then we make the culture, and then we make the safe and happy school. Thank you for your interest.
First of all, thank you very much, Ulla, for coming here and for sharing your thoughts. Well, you saw the slide about the basic learning, knowledge, attitudes, and willpower. Sometimes when we look at children's education, we focus or have been focusing so much on knowledge, on giving knowledge to children. And I also graduated when knowledge was the main thing. And when I graduated 10 or 11 years ago, my university and becoming a psychiatrist, I understand that you sometimes fail to know things, that you've received knowledge, but you are not able to communicate, and you have to learn everything anew. So you have to learn to communicate, to build relations when you are 30. And this is actually a spiritual drama for me. So social and educational learning says that alongside knowledge, other aspects are basic. They have to follow the knowledge, and we need to focus on that, both in formal and non-formal education. Skills are important, but relations, values, and other aspects that help us to educate certain will to act. Thank you once again, Ula. And now I would like to give the floor to Trond Trekstad to deliver his presentation. He will be speaking about the idea of social and emotional skills in sports and physical education classes, Norwegian experience. I have to say that when I've met him, he used to have trainings for oil terminal staff, and he've noticed a very important factor. The more further to the east, the more courage you have. So he said that he used to train people from the east, and I wanted to teach them to have less courage in order to survive, because we have to have living workers, living staff. So they have to be taught to stay alive. So this is my experience with Trond. So sometimes, which shows that courage can cost you a life. So sometimes courage should be undermined for the sake of being alive. And I don't know what he is going to speak about now, so the floor is yours.
A little while ago, I heard a story from a father about one of his son's experiences on the sports field. At the time, the boy was 14 years old and playing football. His team participated in a tournament in Denmark. It was a semi-final, and his team was leading 2-1. And it was 10 minutes left of the game. The boy stood excitedly watching from the sidelines when the coach had said to him that he was going to play. The father said that when the coach shouted out one of the players who was going out of the field, he himself, the father, was a little shocked, because it was the team's best player who was leaving the field. The father saw his son get a hug from the other player. Then the seriousness started again. They won the match, and jubilation was loud among both the players and parents. And when the son came running up to his father, he was a big, big smile. "Did you see that, Dad? The coach took William out and put me in such an important game. It's so big." The father went on to say that the boy was so proud and happy, and that this experience had stuck with him ever since. The joy that the coach had faith that he would succeed, the joy of contribution to the team, the joy of being on the field, not on the sidelines when the final whistle sounded, and receiving congratulations and support from the others. He felt that was very important. Now, the boy is almost 30 years old, and the fathers told me that the two still talk about this experience. So important was it socially and mentally for this boy. I was that coach. Was I a great coach? Please. Was I a great coach? I don't know. But I know I was good at something. Why am I starting with this story? Because you should know that a coach or a PE teacher, you have a big impact on children and young people's experiences in sports. As a coach, you are always a role model, and the behavior and decisions you make as coach or a PE teacher has a lot to say about the well-being, self-confidence, and results for the athletes. My name is Trond Rekstad. I'm really happy to be invited to this seminar, and I'm really, really glad to be back in Vilnius. I would like to use my minutes to talk a little bit more of the importance of social emotional learning in sports and physical education. Sports and physical education are important resources in creating social meeting places where children and young people can be engaged and activated in a safe and positive environment. When practitioners experience cohesion, unity, and positive relationships with others, it provides a good basis for sporting, physical exercise, and social development. The title of this lecture, 2 Steps Forward, indicates that through increased social and emotional competences of coaches and PE teachers, the children and youth will increase their social skills, strengthen their social and mental capacity, and contribute positively to the team/class in the club/school and in the local community. 1 step forward. They will also develop into better, let's say, athletes in the sport activity they would like to improve their skills in. 2nd step forward. Positive development in these 2 areas can contribute to an inclusive community with a preventive effect against problem behavior, bullying, and early dropout in sports. A little bit about the situation in my home country, Norway. About children and young athletes. 90% of our children participate in children's sports. We had a decrease during and immediately after the pandemic, but now things are going back to normal and stabilized. But we have 2 or 3 main challenges. In Norway, we're talking about sports. We say that we would like as many children and young adults to stay in the sport as many as possible for as long time as possible. But what is the reality? As I said, more than 9 out of 10 Norwegian children participate in children's sports. But only 1 of 3 18 years old participate in organized sports. And if we look at adults, fewer than 1 of 10 adults are active members of a sports team. That makes Norway one of the world's worst nations, actually, according to this. So what could we do to reverse this negative trend, or is it possible? We have to start with the youngest, of course. When we know that participation in sports have a lot of positive effects, health benefits. You gain a social network. You're learning new skills. It's a personal development. You can develop positive self-esteem, well-being, and less performance anxiety. Good children's sports environments create the joy of sports that most people has experienced. All too many have enjoyed youth sport, there are unfortunately, at least as many who have bad memories of youth sports. Pressure, lack of mastery, bad trainers and coaches, low well-being and unfavorable training conditions are things young people mention in dropout surveys. The Norwegian Sports Confederation has some values, and they say that all activity shall be based on the values of sport enjoyment, the community, health, and honesty. And there is an expectation that the sports organizations are focused on this: joy, well-being, mastering. There's an expectation that the interaction between the coaches and the athletes are the most important thing to keep the athletes staying long in sports. There is also an expectation that participating in sports will develop physical, mental, and social health. So sports are important. The same are the PE lessons at school. Another expectation from the Norwegian Sport Confederation: all leaders, managers, and coaches at all levels in the organization are and should be positive role models. What does it mean to be a positive role model? What do you have to think of when you are a PE teacher or a coach to be a positive role model? Well, you are always communicating. Even when you don't say a word, you are communicating. The children, the young people, they notice what you do. As you know, it's not what you say, but it's what you do. So have that in mind, always. I know this also can be told to all teachers in school or all principals and so on. But if you go to a sports club, you are there voluntarily. Then we should, as sport coaches, do our best to everyone have a success. And what are the challenges we have then as sport coaches? According to the Norwegian Football Association, social skills are more important than all football skills combined. Did you hear what I said? Social skills are more important than all football skills combined. And football has an educational role because there's the same children that go to school that play football. They're the same children go to school to go into the swimming arena. It's the same kid, and so on and so on. We have an educational role. So we must, as sport coaches, and this also again for PE teachers, we must know how to get the athletes to interact with others in a good way every day. We must know how to get the athletes to know and comply with the rules and routines the group have on, off the field or the gymnastic hallway, or what you say. We must know how to get the athletes to respect the skills of teammates, care, in ups and downs, about others than ourselves. This also is for the parents. It's not only your child that you should support. You should support all. We must know how to get the athletes to build each other's self-confidence and take responsibility for both their own and their teammates' development and well-being. So what kind of skills do we need to explicitly train for our athletes or students in PE education? The organization Olympiatoppen has the operational responsibility and authority to develop Norwegian top sports, and an overall responsibility for the results in Norwegian top sports. According to Olympiatoppen, all sport coaches should use basic training with focus on a holistic training impact of athletes. In practice, it includes training in basic social, mental, physical, and coordinative elements on a general and more specific level according to which sports you are coaching. The purpose is to develop basic skills and qualities that affect the athlete's capacity in the sports and physical education. So, the sport coaches and PE teachers must be aware of their own behavior to strengthen the athlete's social and psychological capacity. Social and psychological or mental capacity. Social capacity is, among other things, the ability to interact and communicate with others and build relationship competences. The mental capacity is the ability to cope with challenges and stress, keep concentrating over time, build self-confidence, and have confidence in its own skills. Do you know the English saying, there is no I in a team? Not literally, but there are actually room for individuals in teams. One important thing to know as a coach and PE teacher, and you need to know this, that everyone participating in sports can do something. It could be a cognitive strength, a physical strength, a social strength, strategic leadership. You can be funny, you can be engaging, etc., etc., etc. Every individual, everyone can do something. So, what is important for you as a coach or a PE teacher is to help that athlete, that child, that person to manage the competence, his and or her expertise, to the best for your own development, for his or her own development, but also for the team's development. If we all are completely alike, it will be boring. We need different strengths to build the whole, a whole team. That's why I like this picture so much. It isn't a problem to play basketball with a wheelchair. It shouldn't be a problem to play basket in a wheelchair towards those who don't have a wheelchair. If you're socially competent, it's easy. If you start worrying about, I am much more accessible than you because you're in a wheelchair, then you will fight harder, won't you? Then you will use your advantages because you have some, I'm sure of it. So this is important. So it's room for individuals. In the team, there's room for individuals. Because, as I said, an athlete's expertise is good for the team. It could be, as I said, technical, tactical, physical, mental, social. And the improvement of one of the team members, one individual, is also an improvement of the whole team. And to understand this, you don't need the skills of a football player. You need the social skills to understand, accept, challenge, be creative, and so on. To solve these obstacles we think are there, but shouldn't be. Team success is about who you are as a coach and who every athlete are as a team player. And we are all there to make each other good or make each other better. Help developing my own skills, your skills. We have a Norwegian handball coach of the national team, Marit Breivik, who was the first woman, I think, who won the world championships and so on. She came into a man's world. She changed it completely. With her inclusion, with her low voice, we're listening to the athletes and so on. And she said, no one deserves to belong to a better team than they are willing to help create themselves. Listen to that sentence. No one deserves to belong to a better team than they are willing to help create themselves. But here you need some understanding that your contribution as an individual is important, not just as a coach or a PE teacher, but also as an athlete. Maybe you are 6 years old, you don't understand. Then we practice. Then we explicit talk about it. We teach this. We train this. So maybe when you're 8, 9, 10, maybe 12, then you understand. Maybe someone will never understand. But we still support them and we try. So, what makes a coach great? It's hard to say. We are different. But we have a few bullet points, and this is the last thing you're going to see now. We have some characteristics of a great coach. A great coach maintains, affects, and develops both the sporting and social skills of the athletes. A great coach has much smaller amount of negative behavior, such as punishment, lack of organization ability, or to decide to overlook mistakes. And when an athlete has a great coach, they experience support in what they do. And now, this is the last one, I think. They give clear and consistent feedback. They repeat what has been said and done. They are correcting true feedback and exact instructions. They give room for questions and listen actively for clarification of the message. And a great coach gives more instruction per minute than an experienced coach. Yes, I know. I don't care. I have one more. This is the important thing to the end. Because we have a lot of parents, our teachers, we have our coaches, we have a lot of people from different occupations and so on. When a coach does mistakes and so on, I don't think it's a lack of will to do the right thing. It's a lack of skill. We need to train the coaches to get the best persons we could be for our athletes. Thank you very much.
Labai ačiū Trondui iš tiesų.
Thank you, Trond. Those topics are highly important. Sports is something which raises different emotions in us. even when rewriting the curriculum, we realized that many of us were traumatized by sports at schools, and we have bad memories about it. But movement and physical education is highly important. Of course, you had many more things to say, but we are short of time, and I would like to thank sincerely for coming and for sharing experiences from your schools. And we have a next speaker, director from Aušros Pro Gymnasium, that is lower secondary school in Kėdainiai. So we have Lina Adomaitė from the school. We have the entire team from that school. Olga Lukšienė and Jolita Gvirgždienė, a teacher methodologist and a psychologist from that school. So please come on stage. While they are getting ready, I will share some of my impressions. We know this school, and we are very happy that they can really share their experiences, of this harmony between formal and non-formal education. This school has, an athletic orientation, and social and emotional learning is really integrated in the entire life of their school. Thank you for coming. Good afternoon to all the participants of this conference. We would like to send the regards from one of the most beautiful cities in central Lithuania, Kėdainiai. If you did not have a chance to walk the cozy streets of Kėdainiai or try some wonderful ice cream, so please visit our town and visit Aušra School of Lithuanian Sports University. I really loved the idea that I've heard in the minister's speech today, that we will build together the safe walls, or the walls of safe childhood. So these words really attest to our ideas that we are trying to spread. We are a strong community where we try to build this community and to strengthen it by carrying out our functions. So today we are here to share our success story in creating the social awareness and Olympic literacy in a public school where we have 280 children. 24 of them came from Ukraine. And I'm just mentioning these numbers for you to understand how large our community is. Social and emotional learning are the tools which allow to create a good relation in large communities. And we have perfectly integrated and linked both social and emotional learning together with the Olympic curriculum. Social emotional learning competencies are 5. That is self-control, self-regulation, responsible decision-making, interpersonal relations, and social responsibility. While in Olympic learning or Olympic education, there are 5 topics that is respect to life, generous behavior, effort, joy through effort, harmony between your body, mind, and will, aim for perfection. And I think these are universal human values, which really forms the basis of education of every child, of Lithuanian citizen, in preparing every child for the labor market, for the family. And how it all started after we opened the front door of our school. We start talking about what the priorities of our institution are. In 2020, we started in 2010. We started the implementation of the Olympic learning program. At the same time, we launched the bullying prevention program. As of 2012, we depend to the network of schools which implement Olympic values in their learning, and we also cooperate with the National Olympic Committee. Social and emotional learning entered our community in 2020, in the beginning of 2020. And Linas probably remembers very well how we invited him to the training together with our community in January of that year. And this is when we started talking in the same language, the administration, the teachers, and everyone who works in our school. In 2020, in autumn, we started the implementation of our programs, the crossroads of adolescence and time together. And this is where we embarked on our journey, and that was a enormous challenge. We had to strengthen the ideas with the conditions that we had at the time. We focus a lot to the on the environment, and I am sure that social and emotional learning has to be integrated in every aspect of the school, in the environment, in flowers, in learning tools. And I'm happy that we managed to create beautiful spaces full of greenery and flowers. We know a number of research that flowers and greenery really contributes to well-being of children and contributes to their successful academic results. We also have a very beautiful story linked to those cushions and our psychologist decided that we should have a space with colorful cushions in our school. So we involved cleaners and parents, and we were making those cushions together with our hands. And we have spaces where children can relax. In case you have doubts, what about adolescents and these cushions? So no, they are not flying. When our guests often ask, if children have something to do in those quiet corners. And this environment really contributes to education of children. You may see a picture from the true life of school, where children from primary school are waiting for their dancing class. It seems like, it looks like very chaotic, but they clean up the space very fast after themselves. I'm also happy that we also have a strong team of teachers, a strong community of teachers, and we have a number of initiatives which were implemented through voluntary contributions and efforts of our teachers. So we managed to create a literary space for people who are originated from Kėdainiai region, and our children have a chance to read the best pieces of literature from our region. We also try to enable every space that we have next to our school. We also have various events and classes, various education and exercises in our backyard. Through the support funds, we have built an outside class, which we use a lot. We have various gatherings for parents and various activities for children. We really focus a lot on the aesthetic appearance of our school, because our school is based in a neighborhood where many multi-apartment houses are around, and children really want to find this cozy environment in school. If we go back to the story of our backyard, so it looked like nothing, it simply had grass and nothing else there. So we raised a drone for children to see, just draw and dream. How do you imagine what our backyard could look like, and what we could create there together. So we received many ideas and proposals from, having a kebab kiosk in there and starting a business, to the very simple ideas, such as a possibility to have their boxed lunch in the backyard, to draw and play and create in many other ways. So I think we were quite successful in reshaping this backyard and using all those ideas from children. by choosing the learning tools, we focus a lot on colors and high quality products, on sustainable aspect and eco education. We think that, that eco-education has not only be on paper, but it has to be a true, viable, and living, thriving in the environment around. We're also happy with our international cooperation projects. We cooperate with various education institutions in Europe. We have completed a number of Erasmus Plus projects, and we bring many ideas from those projects, and our children can also go for various exchange programs. And I'm happy to hear when our foreign partners ask, is your school really a public school? So I think that, hard work and ability to look for possibilities and ideas together with the team allows us to create so many new things in public schools. So we are happy to share these ideas that we have. And we are especially delighted and happy about our friendship with the entire socio-emotional learning community. All the trainings that we had, it really inspired our teachers. After the 3 days training, let's say, teachers returned truly energized and inspired. We also focus a lot on cultural development and emotional well-being of our children. We have a sensory room in our school, which is rather small, but we use it to the fullest to children with special needs, to children who need some quiet and relaxing space during the breaks. So teacher assistants are waiting for them in those rooms, and the school is big and it's rather loud. So for some children, we have these peaceful corners. For me, as the head of a school, it is important to ensure mental well-being of teachers, because here we speak about the importance of the teacher's role and how short we are of good teachers. So all heads of schools, of course, want to maintain the best of our teachers, want to create the best environment for teachers, to create a favorable tangible and intangible environment for teachers, So we try to support our teachers in every possible way, and we focus a lot on an inclusive learning. And I know that it requires a lot of effort from our teachers. So we have this teachers' room where we have an aquarium and a coffee machine for our teachers. It is a space for teachers to relax. We also focus a lot on interpersonal relations between teachers and this encouraging this sense of community in our school. We have beautiful Christmas traditions, and this year we accepted the challenge and organized a dance evening for our children. This was very much needed after the pandemic. We noticed how much children missed these opportunities for social interaction. So, led by teacher Yolita, we even prepared a dance of teachers and started dancing together with children, with students, so we could see the bright eyes of our students, and it really feels rewarding. We also have many beautiful traditions that we try to keep together with our teachers. And parents' community is also a very important part of our school, and that is a huge power who can contribute to transformations. I'm truly happy with the parents of our school who really contributed a lot when we started working on our strategy of school back in October, and they raised an important issue. They said, let's do something about the smartphones, because at home we can control the situation more or less, but when children leave home, that becomes a challenge. And we already started from certain steps. We started talking to our parents during the parents' meetings, and we now look for solutions all together, teachers, parents, and students, of how to protect emotional health of our children during the breaks. We don't really want to see children using their smartphones during the breaks, and we don't really want to be very tough about collecting those phones, because some schools do that. So I'm in favor of conscious behavior and conscious decisions of our children. So I believe that we will find a solution by autumn next year with our community, and we have strong support from our parents. We see that we have room for improvement, for further improvement in our school. Now, I would like to invite the psychologists from our team who will tell you about how we integrate this emotional learning in formal and in informal education. What we do differently, and that is one of the competences that we try to educate, that is self-awareness through values, emotions, and strengths. We all know how to learn about ourselves, how to know each other better, but we also try to encourage children to help each other. They have the various classes on emotions, on responsible behavior, on the values, and we also promote their civic spirit and try to contribute to various civil initiatives. We try to encourage informal activities among our students. So that is something a bit exceptional at our school. We also take part in this social and emotional learning Olympics. Last year, only a couple of classes were involved in that, and this year we had many more participants. So I'm grateful that teachers are more and more proactive and are taking the initiative. It helps us learn more about each other. It helps us and our students learn more about their emotions, about their feelings and so-called superpowers, and to learn about the ways how other children express their emotions. It had a huge impact on our children. As for self-regulation, the head of our school mentioned that the first step was, we had a day without a smartphone. And, we were doubtful, will it be possible or not? But we realized that was really possible. And our conscious behavior of our children, was really rewarding to see that you could see children reminding their friends that, oh, today is the day without a smartphone. What we learned from that those active breaks, which we had before, those physical education breaks, but here we had singing exercise, art exercise, the quiet corner, and children had spread in an interesting way, and it was very useful. We're also planning to have a week without a smartphone in autumn. Self-regulation is important for other children, for different children who find it hard to concentrate. So activities such as technology classes, or for children who lack self-confidence and can make presentations in classes, it has a great impact on their self-regulation. And the so-called class aimed at interpersonal relations of the students, well, this is where we try to use our media center, what our head of school forgot to mention. We have a really good and interactive media center in our school. So we use those media centers. We also use the spaces in our backyard and other premises. And we try to engage students in different ways. We also have those social awareness classes in our school. We have quite a number of different children with special needs, and we try to educate their tolerance. And we try to mark the Downs Day, the International Mental Health Day, the Diabetes Day, and we try to reflect those remarkable days in different colors, and we see how the attitude of children is changing, you know. And it goes without saying, you know, that some children are different and they no longer focus on that. Or sometimes they even, you know, start talking, and we are really building a tolerant community in our school. As for interpersonal relations, we also attach great importance to interpersonal relations. We have special camps for our students. We take part at the snowball camp. And just like our head of school said, that we have a wonderful parents community. So for a few years in a row, we have been walking down the Camino Lituano road. We have parents and children evenings. We go on various tours, and parents are willingly taking part in those tours. And it is also another opportunity for us to communicate. And we also provide support to children from Ukraine. We have 24 children from Ukraine. It was, first of all, a challenge for us, for the entire community. In autumn, I took part at the training on trauma recovery techniques in Spanish university. It was an international training. I learned, this program, and I'm practicing it with the children from Ukraine. And after 4 months of work, of our cooperation, we would meet once a week. Those meetings would take 2 hours according to that program. So I can see that children now have changed a lot, and it seems like they have been in our school forever. As for responsible decision-making, we are probably the only school in Kėdainiai region, and we take part in the Dukes of Edinburgh International Award program. That is an international program aimed at personal development of students, and students have to raise their own targets, their own goals, and they try to achieve them according to this program. We have a team of 10 students who were awarded with the bronze badges, and we also have some students who will be aiming for the silver badge, and some children who will be aiming for the gold badge. So it is their willingness to make their mindful decisions, so I'm happy to see this. We also have a number of trainings for schools, such as first aid training, where the public health experts contribute a lot. And also our head of state mentioned that volunteering of teachers is important, but our students are also contribute to various voluntary initiatives willingly. They take part in various activities of the Red Cross, with the food bank. They also contribute to animal shelters, and they actively take part in various voluntary initiatives. They also help with the homework for younger students, and etc. Hello, my part is the most playful, I believe, and the most beautiful. So I will start from the values. Olympic values are very important. That is honesty, tolerance. But the main Olympic values are respect, friendship, and improvement. Olympic curriculum and integration into learning subjects. We try to incorporate Olympic learning into fundamental sciences, history, geography, learning, listening and languages, visual arts, music and design, culture, dance, ecology and nature, sustainability and environment, which are so important nowadays. And what is most important to me as a PE teacher, that is physical education. Traditional values promoted by the Olympic movement and the events that we organize for this purpose. So I will mention just a few. That is Solidarity Run, the Mobility Week, Global Snow Day, LT Team Winter Festival, Sports Festival Activate Yourself, the International Dance Day. We try to move and make every member of our community dance. Then we have the Easter or Christmas feast. So these events have long-term traditions and have been organized for over 20 years, run with Erasmus+. This is the event that we only recently joined and take an active part. The Olympic month, that is an event when children not only engage in various sports activities, but they also have an opportunity to meet guests, take part in the Lithuanian school students' Olympic Games. That's probably the largest event in Lithuania, which attracts many students, and we can really boast of good results. Well, the pandemic already made its damage, but we are now reactivated and have got back on track. Moments from the Olympic Games. We prepare for these events with huge enthusiasm, and we are really active in participating in this. And those Olympic Games take place following all the traditions. And our school was visited by numerous athletes. We even had a visit from the president of our National Olympic Committee, Virgilijus Alekna, our Olympian discus thrower, also the basketball coach, Valadas Garaskas, Benediktas Vanagas, rally racer, and many, many other guests who come to motivate and inspire our children to encourage to stick to their Olympic values. And now you will see a short video from the Olympic Games. So these are brief moments, just because we do not have enough time to show you more. Respect, friendship, and improvement or development, that is something that's so important in the everyday life of our school. You may see in the slides that we have so many events for children, and we are happy that we have so much support from our head of school. She is actively involved in all the events, and sometimes she even initiates certain events in our school, so we are truly happy about this. Community events, that's something that I truly love, and in this picture you may see that parents take a very active part voluntarily without any invitations or persuasion. They happily take part. Sisters, mothers and brothers, they also take part in various events that we organize, and we share the good emotions there. The National Olympic Committee are our main partners and friends. I'm happy that they recognized our institution as an Olympic school, as the school who contributes to the spread of Olympic values. So, you know, I had to train the teachers of our school in this Olympic program. So almost all teachers have passed this training. The teachers in our school are highly competent in this Olympic values, and they know how to integrate those values in their everyday work in their classes. Together with other colleagues, with PE teachers, we think of new ways how to integrate new sporting events into our school life, how to practice new innovative sports in our schools, such as water polo. We invited even the National Federation of Water Polo to promote this sports. Figure skating is something that we also were trying to encourage. We even took part at one project of figure skating. Maybe nobody of you heard, but we were among the first schools to cooperate, and we were among the pioneers of lacrosse association. That is a complex and innovative sports. Maybe we will not be more popular than basketball, but we are trying really hard. So we are educating the new generation of lacrosse players. Our main partner, our second family, is the university, the Sports University of Lithuania, and we have very close ties with this university. We often visit their labs and their events. Our students are tested. We get visits from students. We exchange experiences, and I'm also happy that a Paralympic committee paid a visit to our school where they presented the activities that they do, what Paralympic Games are, and what Paralympic athletes are. This is one of the slides. But, you know, in Lithuania, we not always know how to celebrate our achievements, but that was probably the greatest achievement of my lifetime. That was the 2022 awards for the best PE teachers in Lithuania, and I was among those 10 teachers, and the award ceremony took part at the president's office in Lithuania. I really feel huge devotion, and I love my work, I love my students, and I can hope that I will continue doing my job for many years to come. And to conclude our presentation, we have a little surprise to you. We try to be brief, even though it took a bit longer than we planned, but we wanted to show you at the very end what stronger leaders we educate among our students and among our teachers. Both in Ula's presentation and in the presentation of Trond, we heard the language of social and emotional learning, this language of love. And going back to teachers, when teachers are inspired and motivated, then you are able to build a community and to make the relations stronger. And social and emotional learning, I think, then thrives not only on paper, but it also thrives in the community. And for the wrap-up of our presentation, we would like to share the moments from our last seminar led by a member of our community, Onute. And this is an example. How can you inspire teachers in only 3 days to motivate them and to encourage love for their work, for their students? So enjoy listening to this, and best of luck to every one of us. Let us believe in what we do, and we will create a beautiful country. Thank you very much. Let us applaud our colleagues.
Mes tikrai užtęsėm, bet tikrai
We are being late, but I enjoy seeing and I really believe in the public school, and I'm very happy that and I hope that every child can attend a similar school. Another school will be presented after the coffee break. Well, actually asked them about the improving performance, and that school said, yes, the performance is improving. So they are going by the book. They include all the necessary components, teachers and parents and pupils, and the improving performance. And this is something that we are aiming at. And we want to see learning to be a happy memory for us. So now let us have a coffee break to 2:25. at 2:25. And we have live streams, so this is on, and we have to proceed on time. I want to tell my own story. We had a men's football team that we used to play on weekends. This was a year or a year and a half, and we used to play every weekend, no matter what the weather was. And when we got one professional player, and we then decided to quit, and the professional started teaching us how to play correctly. And he started calling us names and swearing. And we then were discouraged to play. And after some time, we realized that, well, it was not worth going and playing in our team, consisting of 16 or 18 men, actually fell apart in 6 months. And I say, this was the fault of a professional that joined our team. He wanted to teach us to play football. He wanted to teach men from 20 to 50, but we finally quit. So when we speak about non-formal education in sports, we always have to bear in mind that the relationship is very important and our goals are very important. I enjoyed football as long as it was a pure game, as long as we didn't have a being trained. Well, I was being polite. I just quit. And 6 months later, I discovered that others quit as well. So this was the end of that football team. I give the floor to another presentation on giving lessons for success with gentle soul, a deep mind, and generous and kind heart. Vega Raudonienė, teacher methodologist of the Lithuanian language and literature from Senamiesčio Lower Secondary School in Mažeikiai. The floor is yours.
Labą dieną visiems.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I came with my team from Mažeikiai town. I'm Vega, a Lithuanian language and literature teacher. I want to invite you to our school, lower secondary school, progimnazija.
Prieš ateidamas į 1 klasę aš taip jaudinausi. Mokykla atrodė labai didelė.
Before coming to school, I was so anxious, but when I saw my teacher, I realized that everything is going to be fine. We're all friends here. We have different lessons every time, and we have teachers teaching them in different ways. We hear different interesting stories. And we have guests on the Erasmus program. I really feel needed in this school. I came here and I didn't know what it was about, but I found many friends. I have good relations with teachers. And I know that I can learn not only from books, but also by exploring the world. Our school works with Erasmus Plus program. Today is Friday. My day started early in the morning with a trip from Mažeikiai to Vilnius. And my colleagues, I know this for a fact, started the morning at school. As soon as you open the door at 7:30 a.m., everyone is greeted by the head of the school, Virginijus. Good morning. On his mind, he has a meeting planned with Dovid as chair of the school council. His ideas for the end of the year event are intriguing. The school's duty officer, Regina, greets every student and teacher and follows them with her look, recognizing the mood and state of mind of each member of the community. I hear the quick steps of the deputy head Jolanta. What is the biggest concern for her today? And then I hear Deputy Sigita's magic words. Lesson study. 2 open lessons today. A group of 5th graders is already gathered around the peace and therapy room. Their eyes are full of anticipation and question. What activities will psychologist Laima offer today? I know for a fact that the class teachers and their classrooms preparing for their class hour. The 5th graders will be gathering in the assembly hall. Today is the day of the social emotional learning crossroads of adolescent lesson titled Look, We Are Changing, and it's important for us. A topic that is important and relevant to the 5th graders. In room 34, 6th graders gathered well before the lesson are preparing a surprise for their classmate Saule. She turns 13 today. A cupcake with a burning candle is just ready. And the 8th graders are already greeting their class teacher in the corridor with 4 suggestions for the last day at school. The 2nd graders are making a lot of noise too. It is a swimming pool day today. That morning buzz serves a purpose, because only the right actions lead to success. Such moments are heartwarming. Cordial and respectful relationships built before the lessons begin, and the normal rhythm of the day make a big difference to the quality of education. After all, every teacher knows what to expect in class. Every teacher brings to the classroom the kind of emotion, the kind of understanding of relationships that we, the whole school community, have been learning for 14 years. And today, on Friday, the first lesson goes according to Lions Quest program on social and emotional competences in grades 1 and 4. The program Time Together is integrated into the content of the subject, and grades 5 to 8, the program Crossroads of Adolescence is integrated. We have been doing this since 2009. We have tried different ways of working with programs, but we have now chosen to run the Crossroads of Adolescence lessons for 1 hour per month during class time. This way, we warm up the relationship between teachers and pupils, and good relationships lead to deeper learning and positive social and emotional development of children. So having said good morning, having warmed up the morning, and having offered a piece of our heart and our soul to the students, we now are on our way to the lesson of success. To continue what we have been learning in the social emotional learning training, we teach the children that success can come from getting to know yourself and others, from communication and cooperation, and from learning. We apply the following simple truths known to all as aspirations in our daily life: being realistic about our potentials, learning to manage our feelings properly, carefully interpreting the signs of the social environment, effectively tackling interpersonal conflicts, and making good decisions in the face of everyday difficulties. Each class teacher encourages his or her students to ask questions. Then we jointly look for answers for a dialogue to begin. Teenagers are brave, communicative, open to arguments. In this way, we work together to find the topics that are relevant to them in a particular year group: 5th graders, 6th graders, 7th graders, 8th graders. How do we achieve this? We are part of the Mažeikiai District Municipality Change Project Leaders Time 3. During the development of this unique experimental learning model, we refined our educational methods at the district events auction of methods and decided to work with a lesson study method. A lesson study is a collaborative activity in which 3 teachers from different subjects create a common lesson scenario where the activities of the students in the lesson are planned, and students whose performance and programs they will observe and analyze are identified. They plan which aspects of learning are to be improved in a given lesson. The lesson study circle and its cycles run throughout the year. That is how long it takes for teachers to analyze each student's personal progress. Unexpected integrations emerge in the course of the work: English, Russian languages, physical education, Lithuanian information technology, music, dance, art, mathematics, chemistry, biology. The lesson study method is used and applied to primary education with parallel teams of teachers from 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th grades working together. The moment of surprise leads the pupil to self-reflection, opening the way to new possibilities for creative projects. And here's a particularly important moment: the interview with the students after the lesson that has just taken place. The presentation of Ula asked us, and we've been asking the same questions to our students about how were you in learning the lesson? How do you know that you have learned the lesson? What experience can you offer to your teacher to teach the lesson? This means that by making their own suggestions and improving the lesson prepared by teachers, the pupil learn to contribute they understand their importance and responsibility in the learning process. The pupil learns to take responsibility for his or her learning and for his or her own action, not only in the lesson but also in real life. Inspired by our pupils, we remain enthusiastic and never stop taking action. So it is not only the teachers of the different subjects who become part of the inclusive learning, but also the students themselves. We are open. We are open-hearted in public. It is not easy. It is a difficult path, which requires the mobilization of the whole community. But we also realize that only this way we can initiate change and successfully lead students towards quality education. This cannot be achieved without the consistent development of teachers' educational competences. As agreed by the teaching community, we are participating in a long-term pilot project on updating the content of education, the updating of the content of competence-based education. As a result, we have prepared for the implementation of the educational content update creativity competence. We have developed social-emotional competences in another program, social-emotional literacy and education. We are grateful to the director and the soul of this program, Daiva Šukytė, from the Institute of Social and Emotional Education, who keeps repeating during the training that it is important to educate not only children's minds but also their hearts, and that a teacher should be sensitive, caring, open-minded, and professional. Have we succeeded? This long-term training sessions have resulted in coherent lessons, balanced teaching methods, active involvement of the students, tie building, and quality inclusion. The result is real. 5 teachers' methodologists of the lower secondary school conducted open lessons in November 22, which were observed by Dr. Daiva Šukytė together with a group of consultants. During the feedback on the lessons, she gave professional advice on how to improve the lesson so that the child could enjoy learning. Thank you for your experience and thank you for your feedback and your participation. Following this experience, the head of the school and 7 teachers took part in the project training and consultation of municipal teams for the implementation of the updated curriculum content. The head of the school, Virginijus Laureckis, initiated a new project, open lessons for the teachers of all cities' lower secondary schools. The lesson serves as examples of competence-based education, Lithuanian language and literature, English language, integrated mathematics and geography, history, mathematics lessons for first graders. All the lessons were observed by teachers of various subjects from 4 city lower secondary schools, chairpersons of methodological groups, specialists from the education department and the education center, as well as the administration of the lower secondary schools. Immediately after the observed lessons, a reflection session was held, moderated by Jelena Stutkienė, chief specialist of the Education, Culture and Sports Department of the Mažeikiai district. During the reflection, the connections between the emotional and social learning in a specific lesson were discussed. During the last discussion, which took place last week, we heard insights from the district specialists about the qualitative increase in the results of the National School Performance Assessment of pupils in the district. The ongoing discussions are generating experience that allow us to check whether we are on the right track, whether we're not deviating from the vision, mission, and philosophy of our lower secondary school. Our vision is inclusive and warm. Lower secondary school educating a driven and independent person who will responsibly and in solidarity create his or her own Lithuania's and the world's future. Our mission is to carefully recognize and encourage the creative potential of each student to strive for higher learning outcomes and to foster respect for every human being. And our philosophy is communication and cooperation as the greatest value in a changing society. And finally, the question from Goda, an 8th grader, to her teacher. And who is the hero of today for you? And teacher Rita says, this is someone who could offer an educational process that would be appealing for you, and that would be a real success. Because successful lesson is warm relations between teachers, parents, and students. A lesson of success cannot be imagined without the participation of all the partners. A successful lesson can be found in an ever-learning community of the school. So these are the secrets of our successful learning. And we're successful because we work actively and we're able to learn from our own mistakes. Thank you.
Na kągi, labai ačiū.
Thank you very much to Vega and the Mažeikiai Old Town School. Thank you for these beautiful words. I know this school for a long time. I can really subscribe to everything that has been said. I think it reminds us of polishing the diamond. Because I have been observing this school and the lessons and the concentration on social and emotional learning was attached to competences only, but not to our ability to focus on our emotions and then how to employ and to use everything for learning purposes for the results of subject learning. It's not only developing skills for the sake of having those skills, but it's rather development of skills, learning skills to use them in life later on. And I think the social emotional learning should be used for better academic results and for more successful learning on the whole. Now we will move on from school to football. I would like to invite the head of football club Ataka and also the children's football coach Aivaras Meškinis on stage. Football club Ataka, is it a talent pool or rather a treasure of social capital? This is what the title of his presentation. When I went to this football club, it was really interesting for me to see how they work during their trainings and how they work in classes, where you can integrate social and emotional aspects and the game. So I have a son who was really willing to play football, and I keep telling the story to everyone, you know. I took my son in the 2nd grade to those football trainings, and I realized that the coach did not even know the name of my child, you know. And that was really boring, and my child eventually did not play football. He went to music school rather, and became an engineer. But you know, if he had met a coach from this football club, I believe that maybe his life path would have turned in the other way. So I'm happy to have you here today. Thank you for warm welcome and nice words about our football club. As far as I remember, you were observing one of my trainings, and I already feel motivated by what you have said, and I think that we're moving in the right direction. Linas told about his personal story and reminded me of my time in football when I still was playing, and now when I go to play football with amateurs, with friends. Well, professionals often turn this joyful game into a boring occupation. My name is Aivaras Meškinis. I am the head of this football club, and I'm also a coach. I have played in the top league in Lithuania. I have gone through all levels of the national team of when I was younger. I also play now in the beach football club in Lithuania. This is an amateur club, amateurs club, and I am there a playing coach. So now I'd like to share my experience as a player and as a coach of what we see now. In Lithuania now, we have this approach that in sports we are trying to raise as many talents as possible who will be delivering results. But do we ask ourselves what price this all has, and is it worth doing this with huge pressure on children? Sports, in my view, is so much more than results, trophies, and ratings and some merits. I think it is rather the development of values and personal development. So our football club really aims to raise strong people, strong personalities for our society. And we are trying to base it all on strong human values through bringing joy to children and through bringing joy through this game. Now I would like to show you and to tell you how we do this all and what we managed to achieve so far. Football club Ataka is a football club friendly to a child. We are among the largest football clubs in Vilnius and probably the largest in Lithuania too. We do not select children. Everyone can play in our football club. Children from vulnerable families, from childcare homes, from poor families. So we have some 200 children in our club, and we do not divide them, but there are 200 children with special needs, but we try to integrate them simply into the groups according to their age, when we not try to segregate or separate them so that they do not feel distinguish the way they feel when playing, let's say, outside or at home. We want to have as many children with special needs as possible. The more different children we'll have, the more strong personalities we will be able to educate. We cooperate with Norway, Iceland, and Denmark. We learn from their experience, and we try to cooperate with one of the Norway's club, that is KFM, which is even rated by UEFA. And when we go there, we see many interesting things which we find valuable and interesting. And when we go there, we try to bring the things that we learn there and to integrate into our system. 98% of our children happily attend the trainings and do all the exercises there. What I remember from my childhood, I was really suffering from all those exercises, and I really did not wait for those trainings. I was always looking for the end of the training, because at the very end I knew that there will be football when you will enjoy the freedom and the game. What we see now, that now more 9 of 10 children really enjoy the exercises that they do, and the statistics is so different. We work for the joy of children, and we try to bring as much joy as possible to our children. Children are not scared of their coaches, even though we raise the highest requirements. But coaches are very friendly and child-oriented. They can never shout at children, they can never raise their voice, and they can never make children or force children to do certain exercises. So 8 of 10 children really see their coaches as good or very good coaches. What I remember from my past periods, or the methodologies that I had to experience myself, once you entered the stadium, I started thinking that will I meet my coach or not there, because I would really come at least half an hour earlier. And first of all, you would see if the coach is in the stadium or not. And then we'll start thinking what we'll do now. Will we be kicking the ball or something? And when the coach enters, you start thinking, am I doing everything the right way? Will I be punished or not for something I do wrong? So what I see now, when I'm on the other side of the stadium, which is 100 meters long, when I am standing in the other corner of the stadium, I see the child walking up to me, saying hi to me. Of course, he's willing to receive some of my attention because I am his friend. He trusts me, and I trust this child. We find a common ground. We easily communicate with each other. So 9 of 10 children don't feel any tension during the training. This is the place for them to reveal and to show the best that they can. They want to impress their coach. The football club Ataka carries out an internal survey every year, and to learn of just how the football club is doing. And these figures of our surveys are improving year by year. Last year, we questioned 563 children aged from 7 to 15. Well, I would be very happy if somebody carried out a similar survey in my time, but I'm not sure if that figure would have reached some 50% or not, because I would probably rate my coach as not good or very good, but probably that would be a much lower rating given to my former coach. So how we manage to achieve that children are willingly involved in sports, they are willing to attend our trainings. So we have learned very good experiences and very good practices from the northern countries. We have been following the community sports leaders training program. We start working from the very youngest, from children in the kindergarten. And when children come to our trainings together with their mothers or fathers, brothers or sisters, we see that they are happy, and we have various experiences. I have been on an internship in Norway, and I could see that there are so many more volunteers or so-called assistants and fewer children. And you may see a father, a mother, and a support team from one family, let's say a grandfather, who's willing to help in the training. So you may only imagine, we have 10 children and 11 to 12 assistants on the ground. So how much attention each child gets, and how safe they feel in this environment. You can imagine how strong the bond is between the father and the child. Often parents join the trainings and they see that they cannot raise any expectations any higher, and their child their child does not know everything, and there are many things for him to learn. So this is why we encourage parents taking part in our trainings and developing the connection to make our trainings even safer and more enjoyable for children. During our trainings, we try to create a friendly environment. The coach never shouts, always tries to be supportive and motivating. When he tries to teach something, then he is, showing and trying to repeat it and just encouraging the child. And this is a gradual process. We have various groups, various age groups, various level groups. So children come there not only to learn something and to achieve something, but they only come to spend their time. So I often see in those trainings, I observe many trainings, many coaches and their methods of work. So I see so many things. Let's say we had a championship where some people did not know how to guide the ball or how to kick the goal. So, but they still improvise because they get all the freedom. It is highly important for us to organize various celebrations, family tournaments. We also have the club tradition to celebrate the club's birthday. We are building a community around us. We are trying to create this safe environment. We try to involve as many volunteers, as many parents as possible. And to sum up, we have a rough statistics where 5 to 10 children can only become professionals out of 1,000. What these figures mean, that is less than 1% of children who will be able to reach the professional level and to earn their living from playing football. On the other hand, we choose to go in a different direction, and we try to educate decent citizens through football. And in this picture, you may see my students, my players. This child would be in the stadium when I would come in the morning, and when I would leave in the evening, he would still be there in the stadium. And several times we tried to invite him to play and to see how he's doing, is he willing to play. And what I saw before the trainings, he was free, he would exercise, he would play. And at that time, I already could see that he had something what others did not have. And now he trains 5 times a week. And on weekends, he plays the games, the matches. So I can tell you that he's among the best players in his age group in Lithuania. We have several examples like this. We have children from social risk families where, let's say, they have a brother in the prison, and the child himself is training for 7 years in our school among the best players. Never misses a training. He is working very hard and is very devoted. So I have numerous examples about children who come from less privileged families, but still are doing very well. So the experience of our club shows that through football we can educate and raise strong members of our society. I wish you all to focus more on how the child feels like, and is it worthy to push children for high results. Thank you for this inspiring presentation. Do you have any questions? I'm sorry, the interpreters could not hear the question, but the answer is that we will soon have a training afterwards. Football training after the conference. No, I did not lie. You see, the coach nods in agreement. I suspect that even the Prime Minister, if she knew about the work methods, the way this football club works, I think that we would have football stadiums on every corner in our country. If I know a little about this football club, I know that the federation did not really like them in the beginning. Now, as far as I understand, they no longer treat you suspiciously, and they now recognize your football school. I really wish you to raise a new national team. And our country would do so much better in football and not would be 148 something on the global football rating. So maybe I do not hope our country to be among the top 10 football countries, but I would like our country to become at least, in top 20 among the best football countries in the world. Football for me is, well, personally, I love football more than basketball. I'm not that crazy about basketball. I know it's not popular. Yes, the elections are coming and we will get into trouble. But what can I do about it? But every 2 years, I have a big celebration. That is the championship, the World Championship and the European Championship. It is as if a performance where, which you cannot miss. During my studies at the university, it was a great sadness because I could not attend those games because I had my exams at that time. But I think football games is the most massive game in the world because it attracts the greatest audiences, and it's also a very good way to reach parents if you work in the right way, what exactly your club is doing. And that is one of the best ways to prevent any addictions, crimes, and etc. So I wish you to succeed and to keep this process moving forward. And Daiva Nula has something to add.
Okay, just very shortly, when I was in Iraq having this teacher training, and Mosul was destroyed after terrorism, and it was 90 kilometers distance from Mosul, and I watched from the window of the hotel, and there were destroyed buildings, but then there was a field, and the children were playing football. They had fun. And it was amazing seeing them so relaxed and having fun with football. That is one example.
Thank you very much. I would like to respond to the question when the next training will be. I'm a member of the Lions Club, and do you know how many of children from vulnerable families they support? On the 10th of June, we have a tournament, 3 against 3, and you will have a chance to take part in the training with the coaches from this football club. Okay, one more remark that I have to make. There's somebody left a phone, and then the security has it. So please, if you have the phone, miss your phone, so please check it at the security office. Now is the time. I'm not sure. That is Raimonda Kurauskienė. I do not know her personally. That is the teacher, expert from music school in Vilkaviškis. I'm just joking. I really know this person very well for many years. So this teacher will be talking about developing social and emotional skills in music school.
Among us we have Agle, who was asking about music because we were speaking about football and sports. and music should be also important.
Pasakyti, kad šiais metais Raimonda yra Lions Quest instruktorė, socialinio mokymo
Raimonda is last question instructor, the social emotional competences instructor, and she defended her master's this year on this topic. And she has been awarded by the Lithuanian Academy of Sciences because of that. Thank you, so congratulations to you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to ask you, could you raise your right hand and caress yourself? Can you raise a left hand and do the same? Well, say thank you to yourself for coming here and waiting for the second part of this seminar, because we had wonderful presentations before me and we will still have better ones afterwards. I have two disadvantages. One is social and emotional learning, and another is music. And I have a very important question for you. I want to ask you, how do you feel now? What kind of musical instrument do you feel playing inside of you? Is it a romantic flute or a guitar that is tuned on tuned, or fortepiano, or drums beating inside of you? Take a few seconds to think. Could you raise your hand if you hear a flute? Thank you. A tuned guitar? Untuned guitar? Fortepiano? And drums? Do we have any other musical instrument? A triangle? Aren't you disturbed by that? No? Okay. So let us move on. Actually, music is the most effective art because it is resembling us. It has the rhythm, it has the attitude, it has the mood, as we all do. But in every situation in our life, we can hear different music in our head. And today's topic is social and emotional learning in formal and non-formal education. Speaking about the connections between formal and non-formal education, the harmony between those two forms of education is being underlined in different theories. I have the opportunity to visit 100 schools in 5 years, and I spoke to around 1,000 teachers. In formal education, social and emotional learning is very popular. And today we speak a lot about it. But what about non-formal education or extracurricular activities where children choose it on a voluntary basis? Sometimes I have an impression that teachers in music schools do not discuss that much. If we look at the social and emotional competences, every music teacher would say that, yes, we educate everything in our children, but when a theoretical background needs to be explained, we feel the lack of this. What about the circle in music? We have the circle of social and emotional competences, but we also have the circle of fifths in music. And we can turn this circle which goes round and round. So this is the grammar in music that we need to understand and learn. And music schools balance between professionalism. Musicians have to play in different concerts, in festivals, and we need also to balance between this and between joy. And Stanislav's quote was very close to me. We need to find this balance to convince our children that it is worth playing music. Daiva Šugaitė and Linas Lušnys brought the social emotional learning into my life. It seems that this circle exists in every sphere of my life. And music school is not an exception, because every song, every melody, and every musical piece can help children to learn about themselves, to be self-aware. And I think that anything can be taught with the help of music. Anatomy can be taught with music, on the number and the types of bones human beings have. We can teach mathematics through music, because there's so much of mathematics in music. And any poem can be learned by heart while singing it. When I had to choose the area of research for my master's degree, I managed to merge my two disadvantages. In researching the experience of pupils and students, you can find many interesting things. I took a very wide perspective, socio-emotional learning in music school. And I see that this is a very wide area that could also be studied in doctoral studies. And I've included the areas from my study that can be improved in music school, where we can have this personal touch. In terms of self-awareness, self-knowledge is a very important aspect. Music helps that. When we stress what are our goals, I've noticed that very active young women or young girls choose stronger music, choose more romantic music. Now, self-confidence is another area of self-awareness. Music helps to educate self-respect and self-trust and self-confidence. Respect to oneself and others, respect to teachers, respect to the author of the music piece. But we have to stress what our goals are. Responsibility is also an important factor here. Every concert with good results fosters self-confidence. In terms of self-control, emotions and recognizing emotions is very important here, because music affects our emotions very much. I asked my friend to produce a very primitive meter for emotions, and And we can have these meters being used by pupils in music school. And I'm very glad that children are sometimes much better at expressing and at naming their emotions compared to us. Recognizing emotions is one of the first steps of emotional regulation. We also have to find ways, children also have to find ways how to help them to concentrate, feel relaxed.
Paprašė vieno konkurso metu paruošti pranešimą ir mes su kolege, kuri sėdi čia ir skaitys pranešimą.
During one contest, we were asked with my colleague to produce a video, and the girls first played the emotions, and then emotion regulation methods were played afterwards. And this was very helpful for children when helping them to control their emotions, for example, before a concert. And this is a very good example because this can be applied in real life situations when you have to regulate the emotions. And another competence is ability to set and implement the objectives. And when a child opens a piece of music, he or she thinks that, well, this is huge. And I often say that, well, you can see the repetition in this big piece. And when this piece is broken into smaller parts, a child can visualize it in a different way. And this can also be used as an example for teaching children to achieve other goals in life. Social awareness is an ability to accept diversity. I work also in a specialized school, and I try to involve my students into concerts. And this is a picture from a concert with children from childcare homes. We also made a play, White Pencil, with my students from specialized school, from children's care home. So the ability to accept different people is a very good socio-emotional competence.
Dar prie socialinio sąmoningumo turbūt labai svarbu susitarimai.
Honoring agreements is also a very important competence. We might be different, but if we have agreements and we honor them, we can also always achieve positive results. And in our school, we have a mini song contest where we invite students for overnight parties. I have two pupils coming together. And we had to have certain and clear agreements for them to have no arguments among us. But we have to agree to agree. This is the most important task now, to avoid any conflicts. In musical teams, interpersonal relations are essential. We have different people here. Some might forget something, some might need some help. And we have to be very empathic, show empathy, and to avoid mentioning mistakes, for example. Interpersonal relations between pupils and teachers is equally important. This is an example of an event when pupils learn to play one piece of music and then they come to an event where they play this piece of music together.
Kažkokie labai dideli priekaištai arba pakeltas tonas, nes, tikrai, jeigu keletą pamokų ateina neišmokęs, tai, tiesiog pabadai pirštų į sąžinę, kad, žinok, jau man nebeįdomus šitoj pamokoje, kiek aš galiu tą tekstą mokyti, ar ne? Aš noriu kalbėti apie muziką, aš noriu kalbėti apie tu, ko nori. Pasiderinam truputėlį tikslus.
We also have different issues emerging if, for example, pupils fail to attend or fail to do their homework. Pupils say that in big classes it is very difficult to have this close interpersonal relations with between children and between teachers. Responsible decisions. I used to have an early class and I had this board. And I made this board into the pupils' board. It is being scribbled on. I barely have time to buy new markers. And it is used by pupils who can do and write anything on that. And sometimes it happens so. And I had one pupil coming to school and writing that when you come to class, you become very happy. In different camps, I take part in different camps. We organize games, and music helps to break the ice in communicating with children and adults. And finally, I want to come back to those two circles and grammar of music, where everything begins. So as we have the CL circle, we have the circle of fifths. I invite you to think of where children can use the experience we give them in their lessons. Sometimes children feel discouraged. They say that they are so small to change anything. For example, we're not that important, and teachers feel powerless. And when teachers feel powerless, I invite you to remember the mosquito and to understand that each and every one of us, no matter how small, can change things. Thank you for your attention.
Ačiū Raimondai.
Thank you, Raimonda, for your presentation. Well, this mosquito is not a very good musician. Now, I would like to give the floor to Onutė Misiukevičienė. I know Onutė for a very long time. She's a social pedagogue, and I'm glad that she joined our team of social-emotional learning instructors. She's a professional, and she's responsible for a very wide area, from kindergarten to university. She will be speaking about inclusive education. Inclusive education and inclusive class is a buzzword today, and emotional and social education is actually very important in inclusive education. And thank you for choosing this topic.
Good afternoon. I have heard invitations to Kėdainiai and Mažeikiai. Somebody, confessed about the diseases they have. I will confess you about love. I would like to invite you to Marijampolė, which is a beautiful city where we have various projects, and Ray Bartkus, together with volunteers in Marijampolė, are creating wonderful pieces of art on walls of Marijampolė. So this is why I invite you to see. But not only because of that, but on today's topic, we also have fantastic things happening which relate to social emotional learning. I really love social emotional learning, and I really love inclusive learning. What is important to mention today when we talk about inclusive learning, how to respond the needs of people with learning, with special learning needs, as well as the needs of other children and parents in the classroom. The second topic that I will touch upon, that is about social and emotional learning. I still care as a social emotional learning instructor of how education institutions can focus more on developing social and emotional competences, not only in children, but also in teachers. And it is very important to speak about those two concepts of how social and emotional learning can serve for the purposes of inclusive learning. And I found this text somewhere. It's definitely not something that I have developed myself. When we speak about these two topics, it's highly important for us. Well, it is a figurative illustration. Just imagine you have bought a billet to Italy, but the plane you landed, you leave the plane and you see a fog, not the blue skies, and somebody says to you, "Welcome to the Netherlands." And it takes time for you to realize, to see the Dutch tulips, windmills, and other beauties that you were not even dreaming of. So when we speak about inclusive learning, when children and parents face the disabilities or certain inabilities, this is how they feel, I think, both parents and teachers. And the same way teachers feel when they have to deal with children who have very special needs and special help. So when the parents hear about the disabilities of their child, this compares or equals to the mourning phase, when it first expresses or manifests in shock. Then there's the stage of anger. Then we come to the negotiations phase, when you start negotiating, with yourself. And then there's depression phase, when you are not willing to do anything. It seems like, like you have reached the bottom and you feel trapped. And there's the exception phase. And parents, usually spend a lot of time in all of those phases. And before the acceptance phase comes, a long time passes. So the kindergarten is the place where you, first of all, can see certain difficulties which children face. And this is the place where you can give most. And I have been talking with Daiva that we have no social emotional learning programs in the kindergarten, which, would be the very beginning in where you could put the best foundation for the life journey of a child. Primary school is also a good stage, a good way to develop the child, but when we move on to adolescence, we see the gaps and something that we did not do in the primary school, in the kindergarten, and then we need a really systematic effort to tackle those challenges. As for challenges that schools face in inclusive learning, this means that schools are not adapted to children with special needs. And I'm not very optimistic that in 2024 that inclusive learning will be launched on full scale, because schools are not prepared for inclusive learning. We talk a lot about the assistance of specialists, of their workload and on the need. We still don't have sufficient motivation and preparedness of teachers to work with children with special needs. Not because they are not willing, but because that they were not taught how to do that, and the challenges and differences that they need to overcome come at every step, both for teachers and for students. As for teacher assistant, the lack of teacher assistants, they also lack knowledge, because these people, these professionals, have no educational requirements. There are no educational requirements for these specialists. And we are happy that we managed to draft a training program. And as of this year, teacher assistants will be trained, and they will get certain basic knowledge and will be able to work with children with special needs. As for search of solutions, very recently when studying literature, I noticed that in 1945, during the Second World War, General Lewis noticed that more than half of people were not suitable for war because of poor nutrition. And when this has been observed, a special law has been adopted. Now, in 2023, we see the poor situation, mental situation among children and teachers. And what would be the solution? When we had the solution that as of 2023, September, life skills program will be deployed in schools, which should address the lack of emotional knowledge and so-called emotional famine at schools. And that is social and emotional learning, which really finds its way in schools. How social and emotional learning could serve the purposes of inclusive learning. First of all, what has been agreed in school on this? What vision we have? Is the strong leadership among the teachers and the heads of schools. And we have many examples showing that all the leadership starts with heads of school, and then it travels down to teachers and to classes. It also depends on the organization of work at school, on cooperation. We should also focus more on emotional well-being of our students and of our entire community of the school. We also should think about the educational support and how it is provided in schools, about the learning environment, about learning tools that are needed for these children. We also need to focus on special learning and teaching curriculum and not only of how we teach, what we teach, but also how we teach. We also should focus more on the agreements and rules at schools and the assessment of children. Are we only seeing the ratings and academic achievements, or we also care about how children feel in schools? I would like to stress the importance of this emotional well-being, how to respond to all the expectations and needs in a quality manner. Well, first of all, we need to understand those needs, to accept that, to act and to overcome all those challenges and to look for help. And we only find answers when we keep searching, when we never stop searching. So thank you for your attention. Thank you for being together. And thank you that you care about the social and emotional learning. Thank you very much, Onutė. The topic is definitely highly relevant. Inclusive learning is definitely highly significant. And now, teachers already have many children with special needs in their classes. And when I observe classes, I often see, and I cannot tell who is the child who needs special help and who does not. I refer to those inclusive or non-discriminatory classes. Teachers teachers that are sensitive to children's needs and problems. We already have those schools and teachers, and I would like to encourage and to call those schools and teachers to share their experiences, but we already have those wonderful experiences, so please be daring enough to share those experiences. So thank you, Onute, once again. Now we have our final presentation, and this is how we have drawn up the agenda of today's event. We invited experts, practitioners, and project partners, the Association of Social and Emotional Learning. Many of the speakers are members of the association, so this shows that we have very strong competences in our association. So this is the wrapping presentation, the final presentation. I always see projects as a possibility to get support for implementation of our ideas, and you know, our projects are predetermined by your needs, and we always try to focus on your needs. I'm not sure what our future steps will be, but what we started with this project will definitely not end with the finale of this project. It will be finalized in August already. So I would like to invite my colleagues to present the outcomes of this project, and we have been working hard on this project. I truly hope that it will be creating added value in the future. So my colleagues will talk about this project, and I will join later on.
Thank you. I'm so glad to see so many of you. This conference is our final conference, and I want to briefly describe what we have done. The project started in 1920, before the pandemic, and we were interested in the levels of social-emotional learning in formal education. I think that in formal education seemed to be everything clear. We had new programs, new social-emotional learning program, and we had all those three levels, interrelationally based environment. We have programs that are being implemented in Lithuania. We have lifestyle learning programs in schools. But we analyze all those steps. We wondered about the non-formal education. We know that happening. And Raimonda said it correctly. When you have to clearly state, then you face a problem. And we started analyzing and looking for connections in order to strengthen social emotional learning and competences, not only in schools, but also outside schools. We all know that for success, competences should not be strengthened in one class or in one school. It means that throughout the life, the child has to learn those social emotional competences and do it all the time. We took sport to analyze. We wanted to strengthen social and emotional learning both in formal and non-formal education, and to strengthen those connections so that a child who develops social educational competences in a math class can do this further, for example, in a sports club. But programs, tools, guidelines, and wishes do not work on their own, and adults are the key, but they need tools, they need knowledge for that. So we wanted to give the guidelines, the tools, and knowledge to better develop those competences. We wanted to create the guidelines for social emotional learning for classes. For example, developing main 5 social emotional learning competencies, for example, in geography. Other guidelines were intended for non-formal education, for example, in a football club. Without teachers and coaches, it is difficult to achieve, and we need training for that. Guidelines as such are not effective if we don't include teachers. Therefore, we made an adaptation of the program in Lithuania, Norway, and Finland. We had 18 social educational, social emotional learning training sessions outside school. We took the instrument of bracket, we adapted it, and we made a very simple research on dimensions and evaluations before and after the training. So this is a very small table because we have only the targets that were evaluated before the trainings. And we wanted to see the understanding of teachers of their ability to educate and develop social emotional competences. I have only the initial data. Well, this is the Lithuanian evaluation. It means that our teachers have commitment, recognition that is over the average. We plan to increase these dimensions. But we want to focus on the recognition of competences or agency. I would like to ask Daiva to describe what we have done and the guidelines that we managed to develop. Thank you, Jovilte. The pandemic challenged us greatly, and we have a very long history for the guidelines to be developed. You've been working with us for so many years, and we seem to have achieved a lot here. And actually, we needed and we still want to go to each subject lesson separately. Music, mathematics. We wanted to see mathematics, geography, and history as a separate subject. We know that we can have ideal programs, but if they do not go in a cross-subject way, we will not be able to achieve any results. Within the project, we've followed the achievements in Norway and in Finland, and we were happy to have colleagues in other countries. And our goal was developing a set of guidelines. For me, we wanted to avoid creating parallel worlds for schools and schools head. Everything had to be integrated if we want to update our curriculum content. And we include social emotional competencies and lifestyle competencies in them. This means that our teachers that read the guidelines, they have to be clearly related to our documents. And these guidelines were adapted to our schools. We had two sets of guidelines for formal education teachers. Formal education teachers and the development of guidelines for that were held by our Finnish counterparts. Finnish Eastern Training University helped us very much. And speaking about non-formal education, for example, in sports and in PT, I want to thank Trond. We used the experience of Norway here in building those guidelines. We also thought that it is very important in Lithuania and it would be helpful as well. Speaking about social and emotional learning in class, we have developed a model, a learning model, and our task was to prepare to integrate social, emotional, and healthy lifestyle competence in any subject class. And every class is important for us, no matter how long it is. Teachers are not given any additional time for social and emotional learning, and it should be taught within the subject and within the subject time. We have many teaching models, and we know the schools. And you know that none of the presenters spoke about what social and emotional learning is. We know that we all are fully aware of that, and we know this ABC, but we have just to recall it. We have 3-day training that are emotionally very strong. We also have 2 days training sessions. We have different formats, and in that, we wanted to include teachers for their self-training. The pandemic has shown that distance learning did not give the results, the desired results. We used different platforms, Teams and Zoom.
Nesugebam padėti išmokti perkelti nuotoliu įgytas žinias, įgūdžius į gyvą darbas klasėje. Tai atsižvelgdami tą pandemijos patirtį.
Based on the examples and the lessons learned during the pandemic, we decided that we need to have contact hours, physical training sessions, so that we can understand each other better. So we made a hybrid training session. We had independent training for teachers and also contact hours, and also again independent update of knowledge. It is about 16-hour training course, all in total. C material is being prepared in a way so that the teacher can adapt it to its own subject. And in 8 contact hours when we meet, we do not learn the ABC of social-emotional learning, but we speak about every minute in the lesson, and we include many details of the lesson. And returning back to the details, what we speak of during the training. We speak about aspects that are important for teachers, and we involve many aspects of competence-based learning, formative assessment, In today's conference, you can see those topics as inclusive education, school performance, because teachers are still expected to help children to improve their performance, especially in mathematics. So we have teachers that are put into groups by subjects, because teachers have to feel positive during the training sessions. And finally, we understand that teachers and pupils can hear, see, and feel very well, and we try to discuss all the aspects of that. And we want to balance all those training methods and the training environment so that we can have all the involvement of teachers and pupils. My experience shows that we sometimes lack this balance because we have too many of methods, and we lose the content or lose the goal of the training. So we have to be able to balance the 45-minute subject class to include a social-emotional learning. You can see in the circle that we concentrate on the subject lesson, not the class hour, but the subject. And it was very important for us to connect the educational things, the competences of social-emotional learning and a healthy lifestyle. Now we have a second layer in green, empathy, social awareness, and positive interpersonal relations. We have responsible decision-taking and evaluation of effect. And we have another additional layer, which is taking care of healthy lifestyle. And all these layers are being connected into one, and they help to reflect our recommendations. While the fourth layer was the most difficult in terms of guidelines. But actually we managed to do that. We have wonderful teachers and great experience where teachers can integrate healthy lifestyle through different methods, kinesthetics and playing games and many other things.
tikrai buvo įdomu ruošti.
So it was interesting to develop all those guidelines, and we hope that they will be very useful for the future. We also have guidelines for non-formal education, and with this we want to help sports coaches and PT teachers to strengthen positive result of exercise and physical training. I saw many wonderful teachers, sports trainers, and I have a feeling that there's still much to be done here in this area, that we need to focus on athletes. Many clubs that work with children and young people could really take part in similar programs, in such programs that would be valuable for them. Actually, it is very difficult to work with athletes because they have other types of activities such as competitions and matches. So it is very difficult to organize training session of 8 hours for them. We had many different groups and different participation in the training sessions. The experience was really very interesting for me. But I'm glad, and all these experiences helped to enrich my own experience. And hopefully, our athletes will have time for their self-education. And we send the material before the training sessions. After the training sessions, we send additional material, hoping for a better result.
Apie sportą, tai vėlgi, yra ta specifika, tikrai yra specifika, bet mūsų...
Sports is a very specific area. But this circle of social emotional learning, when we speak about methods, content, assessment, and improvement, the example of Ataka Club goes very well with that model. And actually, the Ataka Club follows the Scandinavian model. And we'll similarly see that our asset is not only a child in sports, but also the team and the community. This is the address of our webpage. And that brings me to the end of my presentation. I am completely certain that this will not be the project for the project's sake. We will be able to communicate with you. We will be very focused on you. And we will be looking forward to helping you and to meeting your needs. And I hope that we will have long and warm cooperation. Thank you very much on behalf of Jovilte and all the team for being together with us.
Gal turite klausimų?
Do you have any questions?
Viskas neįdomu, ar ne?
You seem to be not interested in that. It's Friday, I understand you. You look like pupils who want to go home after school. Is the door closed? No, it's not. You could have left long time before. So it's time for saying thanks. But I will do that later on. Why I was interested in the social emotional learning, and to discuss this, I had fairs. And I had fairs from teachers when visiting different cities and towns in Lithuania. But I said that this needs to be done. We have to do this. And I tried to explain that we have no real drama here. And finally, I believe that we've managed to arrange everything. We still have one important detail. You remember, you know that we hear dramas about finding drugs everywhere on the surfaces, in the districts, in the rural areas. We also hear of different incidents of finding and detecting drugs on the surfaces. But I have one understanding that many politicians are preoccupied and want to make the prevention a control and persecution, to install cameras, or employing police in every school, checking the pockets. Obviously, this is not effective and will not effective. You working in schools know that children are much more smarter than we are. I used to work in the Center of Drug Prevention, and we used to check the drug addicts, and they would be stripped naked, but they still would bring in drugs. So this is art. I will not speak about this. I just want to say that children are smart and they will be able to find the way out. But the most important thing is that you are doing the real prevention. This lifestyle program, this life competence program entails the most important prevention and the strongest prevention. In the Scandinavian countries, people are very athletic and children participate in sports very actively. And here in Lithuania, we have the possibilities to include and involve children in extracurricular activities in sports. We still have some hindrances, we still have certain obstacles to that. I told my story of quitting football, but I was a grown-up. But with children, we need to know how to treat them. I'm very happy about all the 3 conferences that we had. School is the front gate for me, the front door. This is not any back door or backstage. This door opens for knowledge and for many other things, and for mental health including. Knowledge is a very good thing. We need knowledge. I was blamed for trying to make school a leisure area. This is not true. School is school. We have to follow certain standards, but children have to feel well. They have to enjoy getting this knowledge. Lina and her colleagues presented the school in Kėdainiai, and they are asked whether they are really a public school. And this is not a private, but a public school. In addition to knowledge and well-being, we add
fizinius ir dar ką nors, bet mes iš tiesų įgūdžius, kuriuos
competences,
turime, tai gausime gana
we
sėkmingą,
will have a very successful human being,
teisingą žmogų, kuris
a very
bėgės bėgiais,
correct
kurį užstatėte,
human
galėsite
being
toliau tik džiaugtis jo gyvenimu ir
who will
sakyti,
be
va čia
successful.
Kita vertus, mokykla kartais,
Sometimes,
aš matau ir tekstą.
unfortunately, school will be forced to be a certain
Norime to ar nenorim.
repair
Pirmiausia, vieniems tai, mes dalį tėvų
Factory.
užauginom, kurie nemoka elgtis su vaikais. Patys.
Well, actually, we've educated a generation of parents that do not know how to bring up their children. We see a number of parents who do not treat their children properly.
Mes galim truputėlį patys po truputį.
So this is our own fault. Therefore, we have to change. We have to repair children instead.
Turiu galvoj, kad pamažu, kantriai.
I have in mind that we have to be very patient and do it step by step. And the lifestyle competences program can help us. Teachers with good tools in their hands can change the lives of pupils. Minister said that today. We will not necessarily succeed right away, but we need to be brave to start acting. We might improvise sometimes, but when we share our experience and share the improvisation, let us not be afraid of that. Let us not bully each other
Ir, aišku, vieną dalyką pagalvojau šiandien.
and blame each other.
Galvoju, visuomenės sveikatos specialistus teks įpratinti truputėlį žiūrėti į mokymosi procesą naujai.
And public health experts will have to view a learning and teaching process in a different way. Something needs to be changed here, and I think that we will do that. So that was my short wrap-up, and I want to thank the interpreters who did not have so many texts and pages, but still kept on interpreting and helped us to communicate with our foreign guests. I thank Indrė, my assistant Indrė Dujauskienė, who registered and worked very hard to ensure that everything was fine. I'm very grateful to her. I'm very happy of having Daiva as my assistant, and I have another assistant that really helps me everywhere, Indrė. And I also thank everybody, all of you who contributed to this conference. We had many people helping us to organize this conference, to arrange this conference, and to keep it going. Thank you very much. I wish you every success. If you need anything, if you have any questions related to mental health or concerning any schools, I'm not in the Committee on Education. I can forward those matters to my colleagues. My colleagues blame me for asking too serious questions. And I really can forward your queries, your matters to the committee. I want to have healthy children and healthy schools who would educate people that can build our Lithuania. Thank you.